Hello, my name is Roman Djindjihashvili, and we are back with members games analysis. This first game, I don't have data for it. I don't have handles or names of the players, but the game I found extremely instructive. E4, d5, ed, queen takes d5, center counter, knight c3, queen a5, and knight f3 move. Well, if you study this opening, and which we are not going to do now, I can tell you that knight f3 is an inaccurate move. The correct move is d4, not to let black play bishop g4 in early stage. Knight f3 was played, knight f6. But now white played bishop c4. Now, if knight f3 was inaccuracy, then bishop c4 is simply a mistake, because after bishop g4, castling, black played e6. You see, black got away without playing c6. They normally should play c6 if white plays correct move order. But after e6, in this position, white played h3, and terrible mistake, bishop takes f3, giving away two bishops and playing c6 anyway, which is a passive move, which gives white very big advantage here. The correct move is bishop h5, and I'm not that crazy about white's position because black may never play c6. They may go knight c6, or for example, if d3, the way it happened in the game, then knight c6, and later on castling queen side with very comfortable position for black. So the move bishop takes f3 is a really weak move. Queen takes f3, and now black should have done knight c6. They played c6, rook e1, and here bishop e7 should have been played. Bishop d6. Now this is a serious mistake because of the opportunity that white had in this position and missed. In this position, d3 was played. It's very interesting. And after d3, black played knight d7, which is also a mistake. Well, let's see why d3 is a mistake. First of all, pawn is a lot better on d4 and not on d3. d3 is a very timid move and gives black a chance to successfully conclude development. Now let's look at knight e4 move. That move will put black in a very difficult position. Well, the best move is bishop e7, and then white plays c3 and d4. Not immediate d4 because rook is hanging. So why not knight takes e4? If knight takes e4, then queen takes e4, and all of a sudden we see that is very, very difficult for black to finish development. Threat is bishop takes e6. Castling will still be met with bishop takes e6. And if pawn takes, queen takes e6, and simply white wins a couple of pawns. And if rook e8, that's not good either, because bishop takes f7, followed by queen takes e8. So knight e4 which seems like such a harmless move, just exchanging a piece, puts black in a very, very difficult position. It's not easy to meet bishop takes e6, and white has big advantage. D3 was played, and now there is an opportunity to castle, and I think position is equal. White, in my opinion, has no shadow of advantage. Black goes knight d7 and knight e5 maybe. The bishop on c4 is not too active, and dark square bishop cannot go to g5, so it does not have any good square. Position is approximately equal. Black plays knight d7, and now bishop takes e6. Very, very interesting sacrifice. Fe, rook takes e6. Bishop e7, and here the best move would have been bishop d2. Now, after bishop d2, threatening rook e1, and with possible knight e4, you see queen is on bishop's diagonal. After bishop d2 and on queen d8, rook a e1, position is very difficult for black, probably lost. But white did queen e2. Queen e2 is, black has played queen d8. You see, if there was a rook on e-file, white could have taken on e7 and won the bishop, but when queen and rook doubled, that's not good. Well, it's such a typical mistake. It's such an obvious mistake. Let me explain you something. Peace. It's very simple logic that every chess player, from beginner to the top-rated player in the world, must follow. Rule is the same for everyone. Rules don't discriminate. You make queen e2 move. Queen is very active on f3. Meanwhile, you have a dead rook on a1 and dead bishop on c1. Why don't we put bishop on d2, aiming on the queen's position on a5, and bring the other dead piece to e1? It's so simple that any other move than bishop d2 in this position will be a very, very big mistake. It's not the queen e2 move, but any move is a mistake here for white, except for bishop d2. Queen e2 played, and now after queen d8, bishop g5 was played. And after king f7, rook e1, rook e8, bishop takes f6, knight takes f6, and g4. This is obviously a desperation. Black played bishop c5, and now g5. Now, the correct move should have been knight e4, which also gives some advantage for black. Black is better. Black has extra piece. White has simply no compensation. And on c4, they simply go queen d4, and on knight g5 check, king g6. White has hardly anything for a piece. And the move white played is not any better. He said after bishop c5, g5, now it's black's turn to make a terrible mistake, knight d5, and they are lost. Here, how one move can make a difference between winning and losing. After queen d7 move, white is probably lost because there is a rook hanging on e6, and if you take on e6, rook takes back, white has absolutely no compensation for a missing piece. And if they retreat to e5, then then black can simply take and go rook e8. So queen d7 is a simple winning move, and knight d5 is a simple losing move. After knight d5, queen h5 check, that completely ends the game. The rest of it is not as interesting because king f8, rook takes, queen takes, rook takes e8, queen takes h7, and very shortly black resigned. Now, what I want to do is I want to give you a little instruction about how to think in position like this. First of all, when you take on e6, you cannot sacrifice piece without concrete calculation. Giving piece in the middle of the game for 2 pawns without having big advantage in development is a wrong thing to do unless you have concrete variation in mind to justify your action. And white did not have that variation in mind. White knew that black would take the bishop. Okay, they do. They also must expect black to go bishop e7. That's obvious. And now what does that mean? So white went for this position and hoping for queen e2 move to give them some big advantage. This is nonsense. Queen d8. Also, queen e2. Well, suppose you play 1 minute game or even 30 seconds you have for whole game. For some players, experienced players, in this position, sometimes when you have big experience in game, their fingers making move rather than brain. You should not be thinking in this position because it's all known. It's like you don't have to think that 2 plus 2 equals 4 and 13 plus 16 equals 29. You have to calculate there for a second, but 2 plus 2, it equals 4. That's how you should play bishop d2 because you must develop piece, and rook e1 is the way of doing that. If you don't do that, then you're doing wrong thing. Well, if black's queen was on a6, then you can justify queen e2 move because it wins a piece. But queen e2 move does not win a piece. And you're dislocating your active queen, and then you go bishop g5 and play rook e1 triple. You don't need that. You need to quickly, as quick as possible, activate the rook. After bishop d2, I don't see any way black can fight back. Well, I think the position is totally lost. Now, I don't see any good way to defend against rook e1. For example, king f7. Then we can go rook e1. And on rook e8, maybe even knight e4, attacking queen and preparing knight g5. Here, the difference is knight f6 is pinned. Queen stays very well on on f3, and both rooks are doubled, and queen does not have to stand on e3. Queen has to stand on e2. Queen can stand on f3. Well, here, if you don't know that you're going to play bishop d2, then you have no business sacrificing the piece for 2 pawns. And advice to black. In this position, you see that bishop takes e6 is right there in the air. So why don't we just simply castle and make white forget about this option? And I see no problem at all for black to equalize the game. Knight d7 comes next. Now, I want to go further in the game. Well, in the game, here is what happened. Bishop takes e6. After knight d7, bishop takes e6. Pawn takes, rook takes e6. Bishop e7, queen e2. After queen e2, queen d8. And now bishop g5. When you go bishop g5, you see that rook e1 is threatening. Obviously, king f7 must be played. And on rook e1, rook e8. Bishop takes f6. Knight takes f6. g4. Now, well, I understand white is limited in possibilities. That's why g4, they are trying to dislodge the knight and by playing g5 and queen h5 check. After g4, bishop c5, g5. Well, now let's look a little bit on possibility of knight e4. Now, after knight e4, this is the difference between positional understanding and concrete calculation. Now, you may say it's insane to take on e6 with a king. Well, it's insane to take with a rook because after knight g5 check, black running into some serious trouble. But king takes e6 may be a best option here. And a knight takes f6. Now, what can black do is they must go king f7. Then knight takes e8. Now, let me tell you something. When king takes f6, black will get mated here in 2 moves. King g6 or king g5, there's queen f5, followed by queen h5 check. But after king f7, knight takes e8, you may say it's okay for white. But it's interesting that black has queen d7 move. So, and now knight is trapped. So you see, we have like, whether it's right or wrong, whether it's good for black or not, this is something that has to be calculated. So in this position, this is good for white because we can simply go queen f3 check and go queen f5. There is no capturing of the knight because if queen f5, knight, pawn takes, and now knight c7 is a square, and on rook c8, white can go f6, and white has an advantage. But this is already longer calculation. Well, this was missed. But if king takes e6, I would always think that I should have something here. And after knight f6, indeed, uh, white is doing well. But as I already mentioned, queen d5 move after knight e4, queen d5 move, and white's attack evaporating here. Now c4, queen d4, knight g5, and king g6. I cannot find sufficient counterplay for white. They have 2 pawns for a minor piece, but 2 pawns are not enough. This is middle game position, and you see one pawn is d pawn and one is on the queen side. Pawns are all torn apart, and it's too far from end game to count pawns. It's simply bad position for black and for white, and therefore bishop takes e6 move was wrong for white to play. It's a right move, but wrong for white to play. What do I mean by that? That's a good move because it gives most probably white winning position. White made right move for wrong reason. This is the wrong reason. And if white played bishop d2, then I would praise white for the sacrifice and for the way the game was played. So I think it's very instructive, and you should think about it before you made critical decision in the game. How some mistakes for white, some mistakes for black. So thank you very much, and I hope you learn.
Like to present you some of the major ideas, of course, to accept the pawn. So after knight, that opening was first analyzed by Russian chess players of the 19th century, Petrov and Tianish, and actually it's a very counter-attacking opening system. It looks passive in the beginning, like white has the tempo, he can get advantage, but literally later on, black can take advantage of that and even receive some better positions. So right now, the major move that white has in this position is, of course, to accept the pawn. So after knight takes e5, black has a couple of options that he can go with. So one option is to take the pawn, to take on e4. The other one is first to hit the knight with d6. And the third option is to play the move of queen to e7, so to attack the white knight and then eventually to take the pawn after that knight goes. So let's start first with the line which is considered to be bad for black, and that's knight takes to e4. So why the move knight takes to e4 is a bad one? Well, there are a couple of reasons. The first reason is that when black takes that pawn, right now white has the move, so he can move, and on the other hand, the e file is open right in front of the black king. So after the move of knight takes to e4, what white can actually do is the simple move of queen to e2. Now the question is that now, if black decides to bring the knight backwards, like on f6 or d6, with this move, white will just open a check, a discovered check with his own knight, and now black will practically lose his queen. Knight to c6 check, and he loses. The same thing happens if, for example, black decides to do something else. If he decides in this position to play something like this, let's say the move of pawn to d5, then practically white can just play the move of d3, hit on the knight and e4, and basically when that knight goes away, like black plays knight f6, the same thing will happen. Knight to c6 check is working and black is practically losing his queen. So that's the question, and for this reason it's not really a preferable idea for black to go this way. But after queen e2 is the simple move of queen to e7. So the question is that black counterattacks the knight on e5. And now when white decides to recap black after queen e2 is the simple move of queen to e7. So the question is that black counterattacks the knight on e5. And now when white decides to recapture on e4, black has a simple move with which he can basically attack on the white own knight and use that the current knight is basically pinned. So the e5 knight cannot move since the queen will fail, and in the same time black has the idea next move to take it, and of course he will achieve an equality from the opening, so there will be absolutely no problem for black. And after d6, actually white can take advantage, but he has to be very, very careful and play precisely. So the opportunity to take advantage should now be connected with the possibility to use that with the move of queen e7 and d6. Black started a kind of own complications, having one tempo less. So basically when we are playing black in a open game, which begins after first e4 and e5, The first thing that we should care about is to equalize. So once we equalize, eventually then we try to take advantage. So the Petrov defense has another idea. So the idea in that opening is to counterattack. So eventually, when white attacks, he counterattacks, and this is not a bad idea, but everything should go very precisely. So only one mistake in such positions can actually fail the whole position. And yet now black made it, so the mistake is knight takes e4. So now after d6, white can simply play d4, support that knight on e5, and when black plays something like f6 in order to add some new pressure in that knight, well, then basically white can decide and play in a very strong way with the move of knight to c3. Now, in general, black played f6 because if he doesn't really do that, for example, if he does something like the immediate d takes e5, white can simply take there, and he has the pawn more. Now, the queen is supporting that pawn, and everything goes wrong for black. So d takes e, knight to c6, and white can even protect it with bishop f4, or maybe even try to play for initiative. So it doesn't matter what exactly he's going to do. The important thing is that white will have an advantage. So that is not really a good way for black to go with, and the only hope could be f6, but even here, again, white is having more space, better activity. As you can see, already he has the full domination in the center. All of those squares are basically under white's control. He has 3 pieces over there, and eventually he can even try to increase the pressure of that square by developing his knight out. Knight b1 to c3. So now, after the move knight to c3, if black decides to capture on e5 with d6 takes e5, white can just simply go with knight d5, threatening on the queen, and again putting a threat against black. 3 pieces over there, and eventually he can even try to white's control. White is having, and so that is not really a good way for black to go with. And the only hope could be f6, but even here, again, white is having more space, better activity. As you can see, already he has the full domination in the center. All of those squares are basically under white's control. He has 3 pieces over there, and eventually he can even try to increase the pressure of that square by developing his knight out. Knight b1 to c3. So now, after the move knight to c3, if black decides to capture on e5 with d6 takes e5, white can just simply go with knight d5, threatening on the queen, and again putting a threat against black. Now basically here, he doesn't have the time to develop his pieces so quickly, and after he plays queen to d6, white can simply capture on e5, d takes e5, and after f takes e5, white can continue with the threats. Remember that in the opening, the initiative really plays a very good role. So basically, the initiative presents the possibility to create threats in a row, and for some time to prevent the opponent from making his own ideas, making his own development. So after f takes e5, white can simply play bishop f4. Now, of course, there's the pin on that pawn, so black cannot take. And in case black decides to play something like, say, pawn to c6 or anything like that, white can even decide to castle long, and now he has a really dangerous, I can say, even lethal attack against the black king. After the move long castles, if black decides to capture on the knight, white can continue with rook takes to d5. Now, he has sacrificed a minor piece, but his all pieces are connected, and in general, they are making a lot of threats against the black king. Now, there's a threat on the queen. Next move, white is going to take that pawn on e5, and it's really difficult to find a way how black will rescue. Let's see, if he plays queen to g6, probably tries to exchange the queens, we see that white can even continue with the simple move of rook takes to e5 check, and if black decides to go now with king to d8 or something, white can simply continue with his attack, probably play rook to e8 check, and after king d7, he can play the move of bishop to b5 check. So now we see that practically the black king will be in big trouble. There are absolutely no squares where it can go, and next move white can of course include the last piece into the attack. After knight to c6, he can play rook h1 to d1 with the check, and definitely the black king is in big trouble. Now black cannot really save the game here. If he goes with something like bishop to d6, white is even not going to win any material, but he's going to checkmate the black king immediately. There is the simple move of queen to e7 check, and black cannot take with the knight since it's pinned, and he cannot take with the bishop because it's pinned also. So basically those two pieces coordinate their actions, and of course they manage to checkmate the black king there. So that's a very interesting variation, and particularly instructive. It shows exactly how it's going to work if black is not careful, exactly what moves he does, and he's simply making his own counterplay without caring how can white proceed and maybe take the initiative. For this reason, the move of knight takes e4 on 3 move is not really a good one. So after knight takes e5, what black should do is to think exactly what kind of move to do, and this is the move of d6. Now, one last thing, what about if black does not play d6 but plays queen e7? That's also a very bad move, because if black does this, basically he will block the development of his dark square bishop, and white can play the simple move of d4, he will defend his knight at e5, then play bishop e2, castle on the short side, and definitely he will have a better development. So now, as you can see, black sooner or later will need to take that pawn on e4, and when that happens, his king on the center will be on the opened e file. So definitely, when he remains on that open file, and white already castles, he will put his own rook at e1, and with a couple of tempo moves like bishop d3, bishop f3, etc., he's going to uncover the power of that rook, and eventually then the black queen and king will be in really big danger. So that is why such moves like queen e7 should be ignored, because they don't really fit with the main strategy the black wants to do, and exactly this is to bring out the king's side pieces as quickly as he can. So that's bad, and what about the other possibility? For example, to play d6. Well, that seems quite a good move. Now after the move of d6, of course, the white advanced knight should go, and d6 fits in with the very important principle that we should know, and this is when basically your opponent gets an own piece into your territory, like for example, the own territory is up to the 4th rank, from the 1st to the 4th rank, and the opponent's territory basically presents from his 8th to the 5th rank, like this. What we need to do is always try and bring more pieces into his territory, and in the same time try to force his own pieces to go out from our own territory. So the move of d6 exactly follows this particular idea, and when white goes with the move of knight f3, he doesn't really have these dangerous threats, even when black decides to take on that pawn. So right now, if white plays the move of queen to e2, black can quietly play the move of queen e7, and we see that there is nothing dangerous that will happen. The black knight on e4 is actually being protected right now, and even if white decides to play d3 in this case, black can simply bring that knight back. So he can put it on f6 or even c5, and what will happen is that we have a kind of symmetry in this position, and black's idea is mainly to exchange the queens. If he manages to exchange the queens on some of the next few moves, black will totally equalize the game, he will experience no problems, mostly because he doesn't have any weaknesses. For example, if white goes now with the move of bishop g5, black can simply exchange the queens with queen takes e2 check, and after bishop takes e2, black can play the move of bishop e7, simply to defend that knight on f6. So definitely when it happens, white can decide to develop, but of course, black will develop as well. Short castles, white can castle on the long side, and it happens a kind of normal position, with like equal chances for both sides. Black can play the move of knight to c6, or maybe even the move of bishop to e6, and little by little, black will begin to advance forward, and he has really good chances in this case. So I can say that the variation of d3 does not really promise to white such a big advantage, mostly because he does not have this knight on e5. He doesn't really have this really great opportunity to strike against black and create so many dangerous possibilities. So that's the point. If white does not really keep so active pieces into black's territory, his threats are not going to work. That's the major idea of the Petrov defense. So black is giving some time, but in the same time, what he wants to do is to bring his pieces quickly and in general to try and successfully counterattack in the white position. So queen to e2 does not lead to win, in this case when white knight is not on e5. Okay, but then what is the best way to continue as white? How should he proceed if he wants to take some advantage? Well, I don't really think that it's possible, definitely, to take some advantage in that opening since the Petrov is a very solid system. But what I think is that white might try. He may create attempts to gain an advantage with more active possibilities. So instead of the move queen to e2, the best opportunity for white is in this position to go with the move of d4. So once white does it, basically his plan is to continue with the simple move of bishop to d3, castle on the short side, and use the knight on e4 to gain some more tempos for a quicker development. Now, I can say that it's still not dangerous for black because basically he has lost only one tempo. Now, you should know that in the open games, basically one tempo could be crucial, but there are also such openings in which one tempo only is not enough to achieve anything because basically one side, which actually has this tempo, does not have so many active pieces to provide such dangerous and sometimes even critical threats. So after the move of d4 in that variation, black can play the move of d5, similar to support knight on e4 with an outpost, and when white plays the move of bishop to d3, black can simply continue the development of his own pieces with bishop e7. So basically now, he's playing as the castle on the short side, and it's not obvious how white will achieve something definite. So after the move of bishop e7, white can continue with the simple move of short castles, and right here, the strongest continuation for black is to play knight b8 to c6. So the point is that black wants to keep some pressure on the d4 pawn, and literally when white plays rook to e1, black does not want to retreat that knight, neither to defend it with something passive like bishop to f8, which will definitely lead to problems because if black goes this way, white can even play pawn up to c4 and try to remove the main protector of that e4 knight, the d5 pawn. So when he plays c4, he can then exchange, and then when black recaptures with his own queen, the e4 knight will be in a real problem where it is. So in general, what black wants to do is to make something more solid. After the move of rook e1 and this position right here, what black can decide and do is the simple move of bishop c8 to g4. So this move actually pins on the white knight, and if here white decides to capture the knight on e4, he cannot really win anything because after the move of bishop takes e4, d takes e4, and rook takes e4, now black is getting the resource to play the simple bishop takes f3, and in fact when white recaptures with his own queen like this, black can simply take back the pawn. So in result from this whole exchange, basically black equalizes the material, and if white goes with queen to d3, black can even decide and play knight e6. Now there will be no way for white to create some threats against the black king, simply because there are not enough pieces. We see that all of the white pieces on the queen side are basically undeveloped, so only the queen is there, and in general, only with that queen and the rook, you cannot create such definite threats against the knight on e6, and in one move to stop the black king from castling. So that's not enough really, and okay, how should white continue after the move of bishop to g4? Oh, the point is that here, white does not even need to take on e4. He can simply proceed in this position with the move c4, and his plan is to, again, destroy that pawn, after which the knight on e4 will experience some problems, so white will have two threats on that. After the move of c4, now if black decides to use that pin, which he has with his bishop on the f3 knight, and, for example, decides to play knight takes to d4, now, basically, white can play in this position the simple bishop takes e4. So the question is that after bishop takes e4, if black decides to recapture with that pawn, like here, he's going to lose material. How? Well, quite simple. White will just play the move of queen takes to d4 over here, and the problem is that now white's already with a piece up. And if black decides to capture the knight on f3, we see that the bishop on g4 is basically hanging, so the white queen from d4 can simply take the air, and white remains with a huge material advantage. In the same time, for instance, if black decides after queen takes to d4 to take on that queen, with queen takes to d4, white can simply recapture it again. He has 3 pieces against only 2, and of course black is a piece down again. So that's quite bad for black, and in general, this means that the pawn on d4 is currently untouchable. So after c4, black is first to retreat his knight back to f6, and then white can decide and take on d5 already. So this is practically evaluated as an equal position, because after c takes to d5, now black's best opportunity here is to exchange on f3, like to weaken the defense on the d4 pawn, and when white recaptures with his own queen there, black can play the move queen takes to d5. So in this position, we see that basically white has a kind of isolated pawn in the center, the one on d4, and black has good resources to develop some plan on that. But in the same time, white has better activities, white has more space, and of course better control over the center. After queen takes to d5, white can either decide to use the move of queen to h3, which is kind of more complicated, and it's about to sacrifice the pawn, but to actually keep the queens and attack on the black queen, or to go with the kind of simple continuation, which is after queen takes to d5, the move of queen takes to d5. Now after this move, queen takes to d5 and move knight takes to d5, basically white can continue with knight to c3, and in that kind of complicated endgame position, I can tell that in most of the positions, white is keeping really good chances. After knight to c3, knight d to b4, and the simple move of bishop to e4, white is having an advantage of pair of bishops, but of course, black, as a compensation, black can use the white isolated pawn. Isolated pawn, we mean a pawn that actually does not have any own pawns aside. So since there are no pawns like on the e and the c file, we call the that the one on d4 is being an isolated one. So black can eventually use to attack on that pawn, and as a compensation, I can use his pair of bishops, as we call it, the quality advantage, to create some threats in the open position. So that's why the position is considered as equal, and in my opinion, that opening system remains as one of the most interesting ones for black. And if you want to use it, you can play it for both sides. In general, you need to have one major idea in mind. If you intend to play the Petro defense as black, you need to know that every move that you make should considerably be connected with your opponent's exact response. If you don't connect your moves with what your opponent is going to play, you're going to be in a big trouble for a very short time. In the same way, if you're playing white, always think how you can get your pieces quickly and probably try and make some advantage in the center. So if both sides play right, eventually the game will be equal. Thank you. This was FideMaster Valerio for chess.com, and we'll see you next time.
How's it going, everybody? This is International Master Daniel Wrench. This is Chess.com. And this is the Everything You Need to Know video series here today with the second installment on the middle game stage, or how tactics and strategy come together in a chess game. Tactics and strategy define every specific move that is made within a chess game, with the term tactic being used to describe every capture or every threat of capture you can make in a chess game or your opponent can make, and strategy being the term that describes just about every other move, every long-term thought, every deep plan that you can develop, every long-term weakness that you or your opponent have in your position is a strategical weakness or a positional weakness. And we're going to talk about how strategy and tactics come together and how they work together. And you better buckle up, because in the next 15 minutes, we're going to jam-pack so much information into this video. It's going to move fast, it's going to be a bumpy ride, but I'm going to guarantee you results that will change your chess life. Because chess is 90% tactics, it's going to make up for the majority of this video, and it's where we're going to start. We use that term to describe chess as it being 90% tactics because every game, whether at the lowest level or highest level, must eventually be decided by a tactic. Some sort of threat, somebody missed the threat by their opponent of some kind in order to lose a chess game. So tactics, in that sense, make up for 90% of the critical moments of chess, because if you blunder, you lose. It's that simple. So, with that said, we don't really need to tell you why it's important to win your opponent's pieces. We all know that the ultimate goal of the game is to checkmate the enemy king. So, informing you that you should count attackers and defenders, try to capture your opponent's pieces, shouldn't be new information to you, nor should it be that you should try to prevent your opponent from doing relatively the same thing. But what we like to do is show you the basic and critical tactical patterns you should be aware of when you play your games. Now, these are the most fundamental because we can't fit everything into this small video. What we can do is tell you that every tactical pattern, even the most advanced, are in some ways more advanced versions that are just built on top of these fundamental and critical themes that we're going to show you here today. So let's go ahead and jump right in with the first tactical pattern, that being the double attack or fork. A double attack is arguably the most common type of tactical pattern that occurs in a chess game. Essentially, the principle is simple. You move one piece to attack two enemy pieces at the same time, thus leaving your opponent in sometimes an impossible situation when it comes to defending both pieces. Here we see a very simple version, a very commonly used version to highlight the principle of a double attack. The white rook moves to f7, attacking both the knight and the bishop at one time, and white will win material shortly. A fork is the term used to describe a double attack by either the knight or the pawn. Here we see two forks in action, with the knight having the ability to move knight to e7 check, forking the king and queen, as well as we see the pawn with the ability to move forward, forking the two knights. By definition, a double attack or a fork only works if you're attacking two pieces that cannot capture you back. For example, if we replace the queen on c8 with a knight, it would not be possible for this knight to move to e7 and fork the king and knight, as he would simply be recaptured. And so, in summary, a double attack is the act of moving one piece to attack at least two enemy pieces at one time, with the fork being a term we use to describe a double attack by either the knight or the pawn. Arguably the second most common type of tactical pattern or theme that can occur in a chess game would be a pin. A pin is the act of attacking an enemy piece. However, that piece either cannot move or does not wish to move for fear of losing a more valuable piece. The first type of pin is known as an absolute pin. That would be when a piece is pinned to the king, for it is absolutely illegal for that piece to move. We see that the bishop on b5 is also applying an absolute pin to the rook. The second type of pin that can occur in a chess game, known as a relative pin, is on display here. We see the bishop attacking the knight on f6, and though that knight might like to move under certain circumstances, it would be ill-advised to do so as long as there is a queen standing behind it. Though it is not illegal for the pinned piece to move in a relative pin, it is normally not going to happen because moving the lesser valued piece would immediately result in the loss of a greater valued piece. A relative pin can also be a very powerful tool, though it is not as forcing of a tactic as an absolute pin. To quickly show you one practical example where a relative pin can occur very early on in a chess game, we can review the Queen's Gambit Decline, which is an opening we quickly went over in the Everything You Need to Know video about the opening stage. With both sides developing their pieces to either attack and defend the pressure point on d5, White applies a relative pin as early as move 4, with the sole purpose of putting pressure on the key knight that guards the center. Moving on, our next tactical pattern or theme under discussion is known as the opposite of the pin, that being the skewer. The skewer is the act of attacking a more valuable enemy piece so that when that piece moves, you can win or capture whatever piece is behind it, whether that be an equal or lesser valued piece. In this position, we see that both white and black have the ability to skewer the opponent, depending on whose move it was, with both sides moving the rook over to check the king, and after that king is forced to a safe square, the rook would remain on pre for the opponent to capture. To see it in action, white moves over and takes the free piece. A skewer can also occur by attacking the queen and then taking whatever piece remains undefended after the queen must find safety. Though it is arguably not as forcing of a tactic as it is to attack the king and give check, you see that it can be just as powerful to attack the queen, as either she must be lost for a lesser valued rook, or find safety and allow the worse rook takes e8, checkmate. One final very common type of skewer occurs at the end of a pawn race, with both sides pushing their pawns to promote toward a queen. Here we see that though black has won the race, with an awkward king, white is able to promote and immediately apply a skewer along the diagonal, winning the undefended piece behind it. It should be noted that only the long-range pieces, being the queens, rooks, and bishops, are capable of applying pins or skewers. Let's move on. We now already begin to see tactical patterns repeat themselves, at least in some small manner. Here we're learning the discovered attack, or check. In this position, white has the ability to move this bishop, unleashing a check by the rook on d1 to the king on d8, and at the same time applying an attack to the queen. By definition, this could be known as a double attack, just like the previous example we've already given. However, it's a more advanced version of the same type of theme. We are attacking two pieces at once, but we've only been able to do so in this manner because we unleash the attack of another. A discovery is the act of moving one of your own pieces to unleash a piece that otherwise would not be attacking the enemy. The most powerful type of discovery would be a double attack. As you can see here, that moving the bishop to any random square would also be a discovered check. However, finding the most valuable square for the bishop, that being one that attacks the enemy queen, makes perfect sense. A discovered check or a discovered double attack is one of the most powerful types of tactics you can play in chess. And if a discovered attack or a discovered check is one of the most powerful types of attacks or tactics you can play in chess, you could argue that discovered double check is the most powerful move possible in any given chess game. Here, this position is the Venus flytrap, one of the most famous mating nets known in a chess game. White begins by playing knight to f7 check, and after the king moves to g8, the most important part of why we're showing this example becomes clear. The knight moves to h6, releasing check on the king. What should be noted is that both the queen and the knight are possible captures for black. However, it is impossible to capture two pieces at once. So despite the fact that both of white's pieces are hanging per se, black is unable to do anything but move the king. A double check is the most powerful move in chess because it leaves the king to his own devices always. He's unable to move to f8 because of checkmate on f7, and quickly if he moves to h8, we see the climax of the Venus flytrap mating net, with white sacrificing the queen and delivering a smothered checkmate on f7. Again, the main point of this is not how practical in nature that he's unable to do anything, White begins by playing knight to f7 check, and after the king moves to g8, the most important part of why we're showing this example becomes clear. The knight moves to h6, releasing check on the king. What should be noted is that both the queen and the knight are possible captures for black. However, it is impossible to capture. Black is unable to do the king to his own, and quickly seeing the queen and delivering us the theme is nor 7. Again, the main point of this is not how practical in nature the theme is, nor is it really even the mating net. The idea is to show you how powerful the act of playing a discovered attack or a discovered check tactic can be, with the double check being the most powerful form of a discovered attack. Again, we see it end in black's demise. And on that note of witnessing one of our tactical patterns or themes for today, and in a mating net pattern or theme, as we can see here with the smothered mate, I'd like to show you two other very common types of checkmate patterns that wouldn't necessarily be classified as a tactical pattern, but are nonetheless critical enough and important enough for us to get across in today's video. The first checkmate pattern to follow the smothered mate that we just saw will be the support mate. A support mate, by definition, is the act of moving your queen up close and personal with the enemy king to give checkmate, where the queen finds herself supported by one other piece of the same color. Here we see arguably the most common type of support mate, with the queen giving checkmate supported by her own king. Let's use this as a second example of a support mate, with the queen coming in to checkmate the enemy king, protected by the lone minor piece, the knight. With the third, perhaps more practical version of support mate occurring here, with the white queen capturing an enemy pawn, supported for checkmate by the lone minor piece. Our final, extremely common type of checkmate pattern, under discussion in today's video, is the back rank checkmate. The back rank checkmate is often the climax of many different types of combination and tactical ideas that you can play in a chess game. And it occurs on either the 8th or 1st rank, depending on which king is being checkmated, when the enemy king is attacked by a lateral piece, either the rook or queen, and the king is unable to escape due to the fact that he's blocked in or imprisoned by his own pawns. A back rank checkmate can be easily avoided by a simple pawn push. However, in many complex games, often a player does not have time to make such a move. So we see the back rank as a common weakness and the subject of many different types of checkmate combinations. In conclusion, that wraps up the tactical themed and checkmate pattern portion of this video. Strategy was perhaps defined best by former world champion and father of the Soviet chess school, Mikhail Botvinnik, when he said, "Tactics are the servant of strategy." What he meant precisely is that though tactics make up for 90% of chess, and you will need to use tactics in every critical moment, you will receive good tactics by understanding the strategical nature and the long-term features of every position you play. Like discussing all the tactical themes, it would be impossible for us to lay out every strategical concept within the remaining few minutes of this video. So instead, we'd like to point out what you need to be aware of when you play your games, as far as what the long-term and basic strategical features are of just about every chess game you play. To start out, let's review something we talked about in the first video. Every one of your pieces has a starting value, the rook being 5, knights and bishops 3, and the queen being worth 9. However, as you develop your pieces and activate them onto better squares, the value of those pieces may or may not go up and down in nature. So your general goal in the beginning of the game, your first step toward having good strategy, is to develop your pieces into the center. As we pointed out, all of your pieces will do better when they are on their most active squares, and active pieces lead to good tactics. So your first strategical tip is a very general one, and it requires no movement of the board. Put your pieces on good squares. Particularly, as discussed, the center is arguably the best place for all of your pieces. And once your pieces are put in the center, there's typically two lists of criteria that you can weigh to decide on the value of your pieces. How many squares does the piece attack/control, and is the piece safe? This being a great example of two pieces that started out on equal footing, both valued at 3 points, though the knight is clearly the superior piece in this situation, having dominated the center. And here would be a second example of two pieces that would start out of equal value, though the white rook, having dominated the 7th rank, targeting all of black's pawns potentially and keeping the king at bay, is clearly the superior piece to the black rook on f8. Essentially, if the piece is perfectly safe and controls up to its maximum number of squares, you have that piece on its best square. You're executing good piece strategy. Our final piece of fundamental strategical advice has to do with making you aware of long-term positional planning. In this abstract position, we highlight simply 3 types of pawn weaknesses that you should be aware of in your own games. First, double pawns, which are weak for 2 reasons. They cannot protect each other, and they stand in each other's way, thus preventing progress. Secondly, an isolated pawn, which is weak because it has no brother pawns, no pawns of the same color on either of the adjacent files. And finally, backward pawns, which are weak due to the fact that they cannot move forward 1 move for obvious reasons, nor can they move forward 2 moves because of fear of en passant. In this situation, the white pawn on g5 holds back both of black's pawns that are backward on h7 and f7. In review, chess is 90% tactics, and you need to know these fundamental tactical patterns in order to have success in your chess games. If any of these patterns remain unclear, please back up and review those segments of the video. The basic checkmate patterns often occur at the end or as the climax of many tactical combinations. You need to be aware of these 3. Tactics are the servant of strategy, and good pieces lead to good tactics. Please be aware that pawns will also help you in developing long-term strategical plans. Everything you need to know about tactics and strategy is now complete. We hope you enjoyed this video, and we will see you around on chess.com.
Hello, chess friends. This is Video Master Valerio for chess.com. And in my lecture today, what I want to present you is a very interesting part of the chess game and the style of every player, and exactly the ability to know more about the center and the possibilities to actually take control over it and certainly use that central control to take advantage and even win the game. So most of the chess masters are even playing particular opening variations in certain systems in order to actually manage and take control of some of the central squares, and that way they are gaining more space, they're getting more possibilities, and in general they are getting a lot of ideas to use that central control in order to have the advantage. So this means that if we concentrate on to play the opening in such a way that we can certainly take control of the center, we can always come up with very decent and certainly comfortable position from any opening. So that is a really very wise solution to any opening chess problem, and I can advise you that in general, if always you are concerned about playing in the center and using the concepts that I will give you in the lecture today, you're gonna improve your play and the quality of positions that you're getting very quickly for a very long time. So we start with the major question: why is it so important to take the control of the center, and in general, why do we have to even think about it? Well, there are three main reasons why we need to fight about the center. First is that when you have a strong pawn center, like imagine pawns for white on e4 and d4 in the same time, they will actually take a lot of space, and in general, they will actually allow white to take very important squares with the spaces. The biggest advantage that actually the major central control gives to us is the advantage in space, and that it really reduces the opponent's activity very much. So his spaces will be like more cramped. They will have less activities, and so they will be limited in space. And in general, they will be even out of play sometimes. So this is why the strong pawns or pieces central control allows to the opponent, to the player, to actually control a lot of space, a lot of possibilities for his spaces, and in general it reduces the opponent in space and does not really let him to activate his major pieces. So that is the first reason. The second reason is that every moving pawn or piece in center is having the potential threat to move forward. So, for example, if we have two pawns on e4 and d4, they will potentially threat to move forward and e5 or even d5. So from there, they will additionally pressurize the opponent's position even more, and certainly they can even take away some of the key squares of some of your opponent's pieces. So they're gonna really break his normal development in their own territory. And in general, you have to know that the moves with pieces or pawns forward in the opponent's flank are going to be even decisive for creation of a decisive, a very important and really dangerous attack. So that's actually the second, and we come to the third and very important idea. Why do we need the central control? And you have to know that all the pieces that are put in the center are not only being very active and controlling maximum amount of squares, but if necessary, they can easily switch and quickly to get onto that area of the board where eventually we will actually have our plan. So they can certainly serve us very well to the long-term plan that we have started, and from there, from these central positions, they can easily switch to any area of the board where we are intending to create an attack or bring our plan forward. So that's why these pieces are very helpful, and in general they are the most effective of all. So these are actually the three major things that you have to know about the center. Now, actually, I want to show you a very typical game that was played by two great masters. The one is the German chess master Akiba Rubinstein, who was one of the strongest masters in the beginning of 20th century. The other chess players always like to call him the white magician because of the strong and amazing positional play and the ease with which he was winning most of his games. So he was one of the strongest positional players of his time, and eventually his opponent right now was the strong grandmaster Karl Schlechter, who was famous mostly about the draw that he's making and most of the equal positions. So some of the chess players called him the king of draws, just because he had no victory and no lose for 3 tournaments in a row. So all of his games were actually drawn. And in this game, which was played in Berlin in 1918, the white magician, as I will call him, Akiba Rubinstein, really employed a very strong strategy against the Karl Schlechter's position, and certainly he used the advantage of this strong pawn center in order to crush the opponent's position. So let's have a look at this game. Okay, white played on the first place d4, black proceeded with d5. Now white played the move of knight f3, and of course black decided to bring his knight up to f6. So this is of course the queen's pawn opening. Now white might decide he might want to play bishop g5 or bishop f4. These moves actually will claim to go either in some very interesting positions or on some very kind of quiet and more positional situations. So these are the so-called Chore and London attack. However, in the game, white decided to transfer the opening system into the main lines of the queen's pawn opening, and he played c4. Now black decided not to take that pawn and really go into the queen's gambit accepted, so he defended it, transposing to the queen's gambit decline, the semi-slav. So after c6, white played the move of knight to c3, simply setting the knight on a kind of comfortable position. And okay, here, instead of really keeping his pawn on d5, which was actually creating some possibilities against the e4 square, what black did was that he decided it might be more useful to capture on c4, just because then white will need to lose some moves in order to recapture, and maybe black can use this time to develop his pieces quickly and counterattack on white's center. So this thing you need to have in mind, that in most of the times, basically players as black will never try even to think about really resisting of your center, but they will give it up. For example, as frequently it happens in, let me show you in the King's Indian. For instance, after d4, black plays knight f6, white brings c4, black plays g6, knight to c3, bishop up to g7, pawn up to e4, and then black goes with d6. So white can even play f4 and transpose into the so-called 4 pawns attack in King's India. So now he's having all of his pawns put over there and controlling these squares in center. However, the important thing is that until white was building up his center and supporting it with knight f3 and knight c3, black managed to take 2 more tempos. So he first took back the initial tempo which he's away, and then he won even 1 more. So after knight f3 now he can win even 1 more and bring his knight, for instance, on d7. Frequently that scheme is not so favorable for white, mostly because when black uses the time until white is getting ready to support that center, and certainly he makes that strong, black will develop some pieces, and with some kind of breaks in center he can totally try and destroy the white center. After knight b to d7 and some move like bishop to e2, black can easily play the move e7 up to e5, and now we see that if white captures the pawn like twice, f takes c, d takes e, d takes 3, and knight g4, the e5 pawn will fail next move, and in the same time, if white doesn't really take this way, and after e5, for instance, castles, black can capture the 1 pawn on d4, and after knight takes to d4, he can already attack on the 1 pawn at e4, so he can play knight c5, transfer some attack there, even rook e8 could be used with the same purpose, and the white position will be really difficult. So this is why actually the central control does not mean that you're taking an immediate advantage. Frequently it has the prospect that eventually you can take advantage from its center, but in general what you need to do is to support it, and mostly to take care to watch over your opponent's possibilities to break your center. So that's very important. Openings like King's Indian, Grunfeld, etc., they are actually based on that. So black is giving up the center, but then he's actually fighting back and certainly making with some counter breaks in center, and additionally preparing some other pieces behind. He's directly attacking on it and successfully doing his own actions. So this means that basically it won't be so good for white to go this way, and for this reason there is even a scheme which is called the Yugoslav attack, as I know. After g3, bishop to g2, and knight e2, white is actually intending to support those pawns there on c4, d4, and e4, and with his pieces, he's defending from black's major possibilities to counterattack. So certainly when white gets more of his pieces up, he can already consider that the center will give him the advantage, and generally that's the main point. So this is how we have to think about the center. The center only is not really giving us the advantage, but what it can give us is a good prospect. So we need to develop this kind of possibility that we have to eventually bring our center forward and take advantage to like create problems against our opponent with it, and certainly take advantage of all of our possible moves and more space there. So let's get back to the game. In fact, after d4, d5, knight f3, knight f6, c4, c6. Now white played the move of knight to c3. Black decided not to keep his pawn there, but he decided to exchange, having exactly the same idea. And now if white is really not careful, and if he jumps with the e4 move, which seems on the first side to be the most logical move, what black will do is that he will play the move bishop g4, and then he'll actually pin the one knight on f3. Once this knight is pinned, it's gonna be like not really accessible, and certainly black can even achieve some threats against the white pawn on d4. After bishop takes to c4, as it's possible for white to go, bishop takes to f3, queen takes to f3, the pawn on d4 will be hanging, there will be nobody to defend it, and in the same time, if white decides after bishop takes to f3 to capture there with his pawn, then, of course, as you can see, the g file get open, so the white king will really experience some problems, and already his center is not so stable without the knight on f3. So for this reason, white decided to be a little bit more careful. One of the major concepts about a successful center, and of course, like expanding our advantage there, is to go slowly and always to watch over what the opponent can do against the center. So right now with d takes to c4, e4 is a possibility, but we don't need to hurry. We need to bring some more pieces out before to play this move, and in general, when we bring them, this will be prepared. So moves like bishop g4 will simply have no search activity, and certainly no threats. For this reason, white played in this position of e3. Now he has to try to take that pawn, and as you know, black cannot defend it. If he wants to play b5, it's very well very well known that this move cannot really defend the black pawn, just because now both pawns on c4 and b5 are going to be attacked, and in general if black plays b4, then white can simply take that knight backwards, and the c4 pawn as well as the one on b4 will now be hanging. So he cannot even defend the b5 pawn with something like a6, just because after a takes b, c takes to b5, we see that the pawn on a6 is actually pinned by white's rook, and he can recapture that pawn, so black cannot really take because he will lose his rook, and white just takes back the material, and even he can attack on c4 then in order to win some more material. So that's why eventually black should not think for taking the pawn, but what he has to do is, as it's the main idea in the Queen's Gambit accepted, is to give up the c4 pawn, but to use the tempos until white gets this back, to develop his spaces quickly and then counterattack on white's center. So after the move of e3, black simply brought his light square bishop out to g4 and the active spot out there. White captured the pawn on c4, and black decided to bring his pawn up to e6. Now, as we can see, he's having good prospects for his pieces. White castled, and black played the move knight b to d7. So what should actually white do in this position? Well, white decided to make a kind of useful move, tricking black, so with the move h3, and now black's bishop is in question. So the dilemma here is, where should black bring this bishop? Should he put it back on h5, on f5, or to take on f3? Right now black made a mistake by deciding to take on f3. So remember that in the opening, especially if actually the center is not locked, like there are no two pawns in center which are blocked one to each other, then we have to think always to keep the bishops away from exchanges. The bishops are like more active, they are long distance pieces, so if we just give them up for the knights, what will happen is that the central control will be free, and the bishops can certainly serve much better than the knights in order to support our center and certainly even create some threats through it. So in the openings, always, if it's not necessary to exchange them, we have to try and keep them away from exchanges. Now, of course, black's best move was bishop to h5, just to keep the pin, and of course having a normal position. Instead he took on f3, and after white recaptured that bishop, we see that already e4 is possible. However, after queen takes f3, black decided to play bishop e7. So now the question is, what should actually white play? Should he strike with the immediate move of e4 in center, or maybe he has to support its center first? So the second thing which I wanted to tell you about, once we think about providing strong center and in general creating some threats with it, we have to think very carefully about the possibility to so after the move of bishop to e7, what I decided to do is not to start with the immediate e4, but first to actually make some preparation. If white plays the immediate e4 in this position, we say that black will simply have the move of knight b6 and create a double threat on the pawn on d4 as well as the bishop on c4. So generally that's going to be very unpleasant, because now the only way for white to keep the material equal is to bring his queen on d3 and defend the bishop. However, after queen d3, black can simply take it, and certainly as a minimum, black will capture the white light square bishop, and he will leave him with no pair of bishops. Then black can simply castle, play like queen c7, bring up the rook to d8, the other one to c8, and he's having really a very good position as a whole. And for this reason, I can say that in general, white has to think about providing such moves like e4. What I mean by providing is that he has to really think for preparing a little bit, and then certainly when he has already occupied important spots, and in general those he has those prepared pieces, he can then play e4, and of course it will be successful. So after the move of bishop e7, what white did was simply to play the move rook d1. So white is strengthening the control of the center, and just after black castled, he played the move of e4. So already we see how solid central control white does have. Actually, he has both of his pawns, and after the move of rook e8, white already set bishop to f4. So now we see how white already has his bishop put on f4 and c4, actually controlling the squares on e5 and d5. He has these two very dangerous pawns on e4 and b4 that are already looking to move forward and create some additional threats to black. And in the same time, he has the queen, the knight, and the rook that are supporting some moves like d5, which will be really very unpleasant. So in general, right now white's position seems to be very good and very well supported. So after the move of knight f8, white played tremendously strong break in center, pawn at d4 to d5. Now we see that by evaluating the position, white has a kind of obvious advantage in space. His pieces are on really active positions, and certainly he has a full control of center. So additionally to all of this, there are even tactical resources. For example, we see the X-ray of the white rook against the black queen on d8, and also we see that the white bishop has some influence to f7, so it is actually having another X-ray to that pawn. So the strongest way to realize these advantages and to actually get even something more is to open up the center, and as I told you in the beginning, by pushing these pawns or pieces which are in the center forward, you're easily taking control of some of the key squares in your opponent's territory, and in most of the times, these key squares might even be decisive for the evaluation of the whole position. Now there is the major threat of pawn at the d6 here, so if white really manages to do it, the black bishop will be lost. For this reason, black has had to take e takes to d5, and after e takes to d5, we see that white still has renewed the threat on d6. Now if black decides to capture on d5, after knight takes to d5, knight takes to d5, and bishop takes to d5, white is not only creating a threat to take the pawn, but which of course black cannot defend since white is attacking there with both the queen and the bishop. So two pieces are attacking on b7. But also, if black say tries to play some of like queen to b6, after bishop takes to d7, rook d8, bishop to d5 could follow, and the question is that if black decides to capture the pawn on b2 and probably equalize the material, there is a tremendously strong move of bishop to e5 here. The question is that now the x-ray against f7 is no longer an x-ray. That's a weak point in black's territory which could be attacked. So in the same time, while it's attacking on the queen, and when black captures that bishop, queen takes to f7 check, king to h8, and queen to g8 will simply give a checkmate against the black king. So that's really very dangerous to go this way, but there is nothing else that black can do. In reality, if you concentrate in this position, we see that every possible exchange from d5 will gonna give the white a clear advantage in a lot of threats. So black decided to bring his queen up to b6, from where it seems that create some threat on b2. However, even this is not really enough. After the move of queen to b6, white simply brought his pawn up to d6, attacking on the bishop, and after bishop to d8, he found a tremendously strong move with which he won the game immediately. The idea is that with bishop d8, actually black prevented the connection between his rooks. So once his rooks are not connected, you need to know that your opponent's position is almost very difficult. I wouldn't say lost. However, it's really difficult. And now black is having no coordination between his rooks. This means that if we find which is the weak spot in his territory, the weakly defended piece on which we can attack, certainly we can take a big advantage of it and even maybe win the game. So after the move bishop d8, white played the move of g4, hitting for g4 on g5 to hit the knight, and then eventually the pawn on f7 is going to be really weakened. So you see the x-ray now of the queen. If that knight moves, probably white can play bishop to e3, and then eventually queen takes to f7 will be lethal. So g4 seems like funny move in the beginning, but if we look in the position in a more profound way, we see that g5 with bishop e3 seems to be very realistic. Next move, white is going to do that, and bishop e3 with the tempo will win the game. However, even h6 doesn't really defend black so well from that threat, because white is going to renew it by simply pushing his pawn at the h4. So in reality, after the move of g4, what black decided it will be more important to do in this position would probably be to bring the knight on e6 and to eliminate that threat in once. So what about this move? Isn't that good one as well? Well, the problem here is that after the move of knight up to e6, white has a simple combination that wins the game immediately. All black's pieces are now totally inaccessible. Like they are on very bad squares, especially the bishop, the knight on f6, the queen on b6. So they are not playing any significant role. For difference, white's pieces are all set forward. Everything is actually sitting there, waiting for the right time to strike. And especially the one pawn on d6, which we see, could even create some immediate threats against the black position. So white followed in this game with the simple move of d7, now hitting the rook, and in general there is no way to defend the black position. After rook f8, bishop d6, the pawn on d7 takes away e8, and in the same time that rook will be taken next move. And if black plays like rook e7, as he did in the game, after bishop to d6, rook takes to d7, bishop takes to e6, f takes to e6, and the simple move of g5, that knight is being threatened, as well as queen to f8 is going to be checkmate. So after this continuation, black simply decided that everything goes down, and in general, you see, if black plays like queen takes to b2, then white has g takes f, and nothing will happen. So black decided that rook takes to d6 might be the only chance to defend from the upcoming threat of queen f8. So after rook takes to d6, rook takes to d6, it seems that knight d5 will somehow save black, so he'll have no such material damages, like only in exchange. Now the white king is also going to be weakened, but in reality this is not possible, because after knight d5, white is continuing with the forcing moves. Knight takes to d5, e takes to d5, and rook d7, following an idea of queen f7 check, and basically g7 will fail then. So this pawn is going to be in problem. The white queen and rook are going to checkmate black, and so it means that after the move of rook d7, black is going to lose immediately, because he cannot prevent the white queen from jumping there. And in the same time, after the move of rook takes to d6, black decided that maybe the only chance to remain with queen c5, but then there is a simple exchange: rook takes to d8, rook takes to d8, and g takes f, with which white is remaining with a piece more, a knight up, and of course a winning position because black doesn't have enough material equivalent. And actually, in my opinion, this game is very instructive because particularly it shows exactly the importance of really strengthening our center and building our position behind it. So here are the 3 ideas that you can know before to use your center, which you have already gained, to actually receive an advantage. So the first is that you should always think about developing. No strong center can really hold and be promoted as an advantage if you do not have your pieces developed. So the pieces development should be always considered to to follow an idea to bring the pieces towards the center. So it means always like white plays bishop c4, bishop f4, they need to point at least 1 square on that center. The second important thing is that always when we are considering to take advantage from the strong center, we have to decide where our pieces will stay better so that they can support it. They might not be towards it. They might be like rooks from like distant positions, but they can still play a very significant role and support the center. So that's the second. And the third and most important is that once we set everything ready and we actually take away the opponent's resources to break on our center, it is very useful to think for our own possibilities, where when we already have everything set, we shouldn't wait. Do not wait. Do not delay, but start, and after you bring those pieces or pawns forward, you're going to totally break the opponent's position, and you're going to get a lot of combinations and additional threats. So that's the concept, how the strong pawns or pieces center works, and certainly if you try to use a strategy to follow this method, you're going to experience a lot of victories, and of course, the center will be always a big advantage for you. Thank you very much, and this was FIDE Master Valerio for chess.com. See you next time.